मैडम नमस्ते। कैसे हैं? क्या आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
हेलो हेलो मैम, कैसी हैं? नमस्ते मैम। दिखाई पड़ रहा है पता नहीं।
Namaste, all of you.
नमस्ते। नमस्ते।
Delayed response.
अब अभी तबीयत
How are you?
हो गया?
अभी तभी ठीक नहीं, थोड़ा मेरा बैक पेन है और थोड़ा डिस्ट्रेस भी है यहाँ पर, पेनफुल है।
पहले से ही दिख रहा है। होप आप लोग बहुत जल्दी से ठीक हो जाएं। और ये हेलो, दिखाई पड़ रहा है?
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
Nice to see you here.
पता नहीं कहाँ बहुत नहीं यही बैठे हैं। और मतलब फोटो डाल कर दे। ये खाना खाना दे दे इसको देखा
भूपेश्वर जी ठीक है, नमस्कार। ओदेश जी बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं आप। जरा साइड में देख रहे हैं, फ्रंट देखिए भाई। म्यूट है, म्यूट।
आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
म्यूट था। हाँ, नमस्ते मैडम सानू, गोपेश्वर, सब लोगों को नमस्कार।
अभिषेक नमस्ते।
मेरा म्यूट हो जा रहा है इसलिए मैं तुरंत जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा हूँ। मधु, आई हर्ट यू। ओके,
नहीं कोई बात नहीं, यहाँ भी थोड़ा नेट स्लो है, अनस्टेबल है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो रहा है ना।
यहाँ के टाइम से अभी 10:30 बज रहा है, हाफ 10, तो मैं आज सोचा घर से ही ज्वाइन कर लूं यूनिवर्सिटी जाने के बदले।
Very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, colleagues and friends present here today with us. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the World Down Syndrome Day and Professor Tika Ram Sharma's second memorial lecture organized by Center for Genetic Disorders, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University. We feel honored to have you all here with us today, representing various departments and institutes. Your esteemed presence truly adds great value to this event. As a part of World's Down Syndrome Day, this lecture series began last year in 2022, and it is a tribute to the legacy of a distinguished academician and legend, Professor Tika Ram Sharma, who was an exceptional teacher and researcher in the field of cytogenetics and made immense contribution to the field, especially in India. His work mainly focused on radiation-induced aberration and heterochromatin evolution. It is truly remarkable to acknowledge that Professor Sharma's legacy lies on through his immense work in the cytogenetics lab in BHU, the first lab in zoology departments across India to embrace molecular genetics. His inspiring vision was a motivation to the initiation of a MSc course in molecular and human genetics at BHU. The establishment of CGD for genetic diagnosis of genetic disorders is also a testament to the fulfillment of one of his great dreams. Today, we mark the great visibility of Professor Tikaram Sharma as a scientist, teacher, and mentor. We hope to honor his memory through this lecture series and contribute to learn. May we continue to learn from his contributions to the field of genetics. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to you all and thank you for being here with us today to commemorate this event. So before we begin this program, our chief guest, Professor Anil Kumar Tripathi, the Director, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, to come forward and to pay tribute to Mahamana ji and Tikaram Sharma ji's photos. I would request Professor Raman and Professor Paimal Das to humbly accompany him. I request the stage team to assist them. Now I call upon Prasasti and team for our Kulgate. For those who are new, please not clap.
सुंदर ये सर्व विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी मधुर मनोहर अतीव सुंदर ये सर्व विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी ये तीनों लोकों से न्यारी काशी सुज्ञान धर्म और सत्य राशि बसी है गंगा के रम्य तट पर ये सर्व विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी नए नहीं है ये ईंट पत्थर है विश्वकर्मा का कार्य सुंदर रचे है विद्या के भव्य मंदिर ये सर्व सृष्टि की राजधानी राजधानी यहाँ की है ये पवित्र शिक्षा कि सत्य पहले फिर आत्मरक्षा बिके हरिश्चंद्र थे यहीं पर ये सत्य शिक्षा की राजधानी राजधानी वेद ईश्वर की सत्यवाणी बने जिन्हें पढ़ के ब्रह्म ज्ञानी थे व्यास जी ने रचे यहीं पर ये ब्रह्म विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी, मुक्ति पद को दिलाने वाले, तू धर्म पथ पर चलाने वाले, यही फले फूले बुद्ध शंकर, ये राज ऋषियों की राजधानी राजधानी, सुरम्य धाराए वरुणासी, नहाए जिनमें कबीर तुलसी, भला हो कविता का क्यों ना कर, ये बाग विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी, विविध कला अर्थ शास्त्र गायन, गणित खनिज औषधि रसायन, प्रतीचि प्राची का मेल सुंदर, ये विश्वविद्या की राजधानी राजधानी, ये मालवीय जी की देशभक्ति, ये उनका साहस ये उनकी शक्ति, ये मालवीय जी की देशभक्ति, ये उनका साहस ये उनकी शक्ति, प्रकट हुई है नवीन होकर, ये कर्मवीरों की राजधानी राजधानी, मधुर मनोहर अतीव सुंदर, ये सर्व विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी, मधुर मनोहर अतीव सुंदर, ये सर्व विद्या की राजधानी राजधानी।
Thank you, Prashasti and team, for making a peaceful environment for this event. Now, I request our coordinator, Professor Parimal Das, sir, to grace the dais and deliver a welcome address.
Good afternoon to everybody. On behalf of Center for Genetic Disorders and on my own behalf, I welcome our chief guest, Professor Anil Tripathi, Director, Institute of Science, our other distinguished teacher, Professor Lakhotia, Mr. Jacob Brahman, Ravi Brahman, and Professor A.N. Gangopadhyay, who is also a distinguished member of Human Ethics Committee, Center for Genetic Disorders, and Institute of Science, Dr. Tulsi, chief guest, and also the director DISCC, other teachers who are joined offline, students, and also our online attendees across the world, with the Sharma's relatives and the students who are outside and who are in an established condition. Apart from that, we are also having today NGOs directors. See are over here, Dr. Tulsi, as I said already, and Dr. Neela Bishopslashmi from Balaji Rehabilitation Center, Varanasi, and we have Miss Mary from Taro Ke Bache. I don't know whether I'll be able to pronounce rightly or not. Infartus Etioli, Varanasi, probably, excuse me for the pronunciation of the phrase that I'm not sure about. Dr. Nilanjan Mukherjee and Rima Mukherjee is also Director Shishu Mangal West Bengal. They'll be joining online. And just those who have joined us for the first time, we wanted to have a couple of slides. Is the journey of CGD that we are engaged so far with things. Not moving. So mainly that we are involved in research, teaching, training, mentoring, and then services, where we have little distinction along with the other teachings and then research for our own. We do social services. We have a DNA diagnostic unit which is running for the last 10 years. Actually, these roots back to Professor Raman when he started genetic diagnostics things in geology department itself, and then it has come as a center for genetic disorder, the different part, but the things have been carried over from there. And the Center for Genetic Disorder, which will be amply discussed later on, is one of the dreams was Professor Sharma dreamed earlier. So we are coming over there. So we do karyotyping, genetic counselings of patients, mainly from BHU and also across BHU and others, where we are trying to expanding it. Our faculties, we have right now 4. Founder director was coordinator was Professor Rajiv Madaman, and we have one PhD scientist is here, and we have 5 non-teaching staff. So with these strengths, we reach out to the society, primarily giving genetic diagnosis of things. And we have our own ongoing research as well. We earned substantive amount of things from competitive funding from SCRB, DBT, and others. This is list a few of them. And our center and the faculties has also been a invited consortium member of global research funding. One is genetic of Parkinsonism. This is CGD is the only center for its Nobel contribution that has been over there. And very recently, we have also been included in ALS research as well. So we are making our things for the genetic counseling, and we are now more actively with all your helps from institute, others, peers, and NGOs. We're trying to go for social outreaching from door to door, and we have already been promised and given the sanction by to meet program, which is with IMS BHU and us. We will be going to door for identifying unknown genetic etiologies people. And also very recently we have earned a mission program on pediatric rare genetic disorders. So with all these folks, and also with the help of NGOs was already actively over there, we are trying to reach and do the best from our side. So that's one thing. CGD also helps the Center for Diagnosis and also the Human Ethics Committee, which serves for the Institute of Science. So that's in brief. It's not moving. Okay, so this in brief shows that we run a DNA diagnostics things with government has the permission to give it to this with the certification that's required. And this is service to the society. Recently, we have observed the Rare Genetic Disease Day, and we had a stall in science things. I have a couple of pictures over there. Some problem. Please. This is a couple of pictures that have to show that we bring awareness program for that. A couple of pictures. This is again the service to the society, outreach to general public and affected. We had a organization who is a Professor David Takusi has made the collections it's in Hyderabad. So we are also catching up with them to find it out and how much we can go across the India, pan-India conditions with our force that we have. Next, I think that's all. So with all these, I again heartily welcome you all for this 2 days gathering, which is a very special gathering for honoring this World Down Syndrome Day.
The crux of the success of this event lies on the spread of the knowledge. It is through the teachings of academicians, renowned scholars, and practitioners that we imbibe these essential values. As we gather here today for this lecture, Professor Subhash Chandra Lakhotia, Distinguished Professor, Department of Zoology, Banaras Hindu University, with his vast experience and deep understanding of the subject, Professor Lakhotia will introduce us with his insights about the life and achievements of Professor Sharma. I request Professor Lakhotia sir to raise the dice.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here and to remember Professor Tikaram Sharma. I think I met him first in perhaps in 1971 at a meeting in Chandigarh, and the young, bright, smiling face has ever since been in a strong point in my heart always. And then my coming to BHU in 1976 was also largely due to his keen interests that I joined here. And I remember the day I came here on September 76, 24 September, and joined the department. I met him. And the first thing he told me was something remarkable. And that's what we have been trying to follow it up since then. The unit that was set up by Professor Rai Chaudhary with Professor Sharma being his real left and right hand both in setting up the Citizens Lab. What Professor Sharma told me on day one is that Lakhotia, everything that you have, that you see in the Citizens Lab is also yours. And this was something remarkable because when I joined here as a newcomer, young fellow, didn't have the lab to be set up. Space was there, but then that beginning point was really a breakthrough for me, and I think that's what we have been trying to do since the time that we have. Because when he left, the responsibility came on me, Rajiv, and others to make sure that the group remains active. And I'm glad to see that the vision that Professor Sharma had set up by organizing a number of international workshops, developing facilities, he was always keen that we develop newer facilities. Our movement from conventional cytogenetics, genetics to molecular cytogenetics, cell biology, thanks to his vision that we could come about and we could develop. And we feel very happy that we are able to carry on his legacy with his well-wishes, with his support and blessing that we had. And I'm very happy that this memory is being perpetuated through these lectures so that the young people who are here can understand the significance of cooperativity that Professor Sharma promotes. Pay my respect to Professor Sharma and pledge that yes, we carry on that legacy, we carry on that great spirit of cooperation, great spirit of learning and inquisitiveness. And I'm sure our young students will do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presence and your insights about his life. Now, I kindly request Professor Mercy Raman, former head of the Department of Zoology at Banaras Hindu University, who had the privilege of working closely with Professor Sharma during her doctoral days. Ma'am, please raise the dice.
Thank you, Parimal, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. And I am told to remember Professor Sharma and give some reflections. So I think with the limited time, my mind is overflowing with so many memories. I don't know how I can say a few words in such a short time. So as Professor Lakoti has told that uh, he was the initial person. You see a big tree, a very branch tree now, cytogenetics laboratories extending into molecular flesh, well furnished, different branches of cytogenetics, molecular genetics, genetics in the department of zoology, whether it is Drosophila genetics, population genetics, radiation biology, and evolution, so many aspects of all this. So all this, when we look back and look into the history part of it, then we see that, of course, we begin with Professor Rai Chaudhary, who joined the department as professor and head, I think in 1962. And at that time, Professor Sharma, Tikaram Sharma, he was a scholar with him in Calcutta. And when he moved, he told, why you come now? You come later when I develop the labs. And he said, no, I will be with you. I will help you. And he really did that. This was the department which you see the magnificent building there. So construction of that, for that, though I have not seen that myself, but always I used to hear that he used to run about central office, PWD, water department, everywhere to get these facilities. So he was, as Professor Lakoti told, left and right hand of Professor Rai Chaudhary. As he was head, he had to look into so many other aspects of the department development, but many things, envisaging the several things, and then finally moving with all the museum stuff from the small corridor in physics department to this magnificent building, setting up the labs, and everything started. So that was the bottom of the, or the main root of the people tree, which you see with a lot of blossoms and fruits. So where we started, for the youngsters I'm telling, we started like that with Professor Rai Chaudhary and Professor Tikaram Sharma. As the cytogenetics laboratory was growing with the small chromosomal preparations, karyotyping, that was all what was happening all over India, or mostly in the world also, like that. Then it's possible through blood culture. Professor Sharma was trained in this field from, I think, from Russia or somewhere, and he came and he established a tissue culture lab in the Department of Zoology, which is still functional and going on well. Many of you are using that also. So this is a great beginning, because it remained as a very active and good tissue culture lab, producing good chromosomes of humans, and world over the papers which were sent from this lab, the photographs were appreciated, and then went on to make different techniques like G banding, C banding, sister chromatid exchange, radiation, chemical induced damages. All these things went on, and this is how different branches were initiated. Professor Sharma was going into, Professor Rai Chaudhary also was diversifying himself into various areas. So as a mentor, what he did was, he once said, I could have gone on, work on one into deep aspects of it and concentrated on one. But the country needs specialists in different aspects of genetics and cytogenetics. So he started Drosophila genetics. On one hand, there was a full-fledged lab of that, and then he delved into radiation genetics. He also looked into evolutionary karyotypes and all this. So continuing in the same way, Professor Sharma had two different aspects of research carrying on with him. One was the evolution of different organisms, how the chromosomal changes take place. He started with chromosomes. I think Professor Raman was the first PhD, and he went on doing the rodent evolution, doing the karyotyping of different rodents brought from all over India. So then there were other seniors to him who were working with Professor Rai Chaudhary. One of the well-known person is Lalji Singh, who also, now if you look into internet, you will find father of genetics in India, you will find Lalji Singh written there, because though sometimes they do like that, So we all know him as father of DNA fingerprinting. So the motivation he got in that laboratory, along with Professor Raichaudhuri and side by side with Professor Sharma, this was a very developing time at that. So when the lab started, I wanted to say a few things. Professor Sharma's life is a big point. He came from a joint family, lost his father at a young age, and his mother was the main support for the 10 children or so. So he had many siblings, and in that joint family atmosphere, taking lot of responsibility from childhood, he grew up, and with the sharing and caring aspect of the joint family that nourished him. He came with that attitude, great values of integrity, the family values, all that he brought into the world. So when we came into the lab, my association is much later. Of course, I have seen him when I joined my MSc class. Sometimes he used to come in some site, it's practical, that's all. I never got taught by him directly. But later on, when I joined my PhD with Professor Raichaudhuri in cytogenetics lab, I used to see him, and as a very vibrant personality, and never he gave the imposing idea, or he was not a person who you see him you will back out or something. Always welcoming and a very bright smile and jokes, and so a student never felt that he or she is getting inhibited by his presence. So that was the atmosphere he created in the lab, and so we was in the Drosophila section. So we used to share lunch with the other animal society in this group. He will come sometimes and there, what are you eating, and like that, so he can be very friendly. So the culture there was of a joint family. So joint family bringing up in his life, he brought into the lab. That is very important today. Why I am saying that today our families are hum do hamara ek, and in that there is no sharing even between siblings. There is nobody to share with. So in that, I am not against that, but I am saying that the advantage of the other side, a joint family. So whatever you have to share. You have to care for it. So the lab became a place where the motto was everything is for everybody, and all the responsibilities are also everybody's. So in the lab we had that atmosphere, and the cultural activities, the academic activities, everything went on together. We used to have picnics, we had to have get-togethers, and Mrs. Sharma played a big role. So she was also a professor at the university, and at the same time she was such a good hostess. All of us enjoyed her cuisines, and Professor Sharma's this aspect of creating a family, this extended to all the cytogenetics labs in India, whether it was in Calcutta or in Edinburgh, in Ahmedabad, or even remote Mysore. He had friends all over. So we used to know all of them, and they used to come to the lab, and we used to feel that how nicely they are sitting and talking. And as juniors, we used to just go and sometimes come sit. So there is no barrier. So all the senior teachers are sitting, and we as juniors also could participate. So he will introduce us nicely, used to feel very well. So today, if a big person is coming, you will sit with and talk with him. All your younger students are all out. That culture was not there. The doors were open for everybody to come and sit together. All the decisions were democratic. In the lab, okay, I should also diverge a little bit and say that, okay, we were growing like this with Professor Kale, Professor J.P. Gupta, and Professor B.N. Singh, all in Drosophila. And here we had seniors like Professor Kakati, Sen Patak, who are all in USA, and Lalji Singh, and like that many seniors were there. And Professor Sharma was there with this section. And then came the lateral entry of Subhash Thakur. So he came as a CAS professor. There was a room constructed by which he is still having that wing under CAS. Professor Sharma was very careful about this area, Ahmedabad. So he came with his students, his items, everything on a truck, and we were so excited. From Professor Sharma, we got the infection of that excitement that a professor is coming to join. So I think he came as reader, is it? And so one more person is coming, and with his students he is coming. So into the joint family, such another, and the way he told that it was really the spirit. Everybody was ready to welcome him and see that they are all put comfortable. So this is how the laboratory grew, and any student who will come joining into the lab, he used to feel that there is nobody will come and say, now you all go, I am going to lock and take the key home and everything. Whoever is the last person to go will lock and go. And another key is that whoever is the first person to come will use the. So the laboratory was open. Everything is open. So it's not compared to certain labs where only when the teacher comes, the lab will be open like that. It's not like that. So many people still ask, how was that possible? That all the 20, 25 students were there. They were all were sharing everything. That why you had such a good atmosphere. I would give the total credit to Professor Sharma and of course Professor Rai Chaudhary, who initiated that culture and then who maintained this. Though Dr. Lakute came from outside, he also messed with this culture, and then we could have such a big joint family, and that family extended into these departments which we are seeing now. So, and not only that, all our students who came out as judges, they have gone and established laboratories in all over the world. I would say lots of them in India, and many more are in different good labs of the world. Some of them are attending online. So this was the total journey of the development and growth of cytogenetics, on which Professor Sharma was a big inspiration. He was always inspired. So when anything to happen, then he will not make any decision. He will say, call Subhash, call Rajiv, call Mercy, and Jagat, all of us will sit together. And any decision is very democratic decision. So that was one thing. He will not say, I decided this, you all do this. No. This is how decisions were made, with discussions and any bad thing, any good thing which has happened, all of the land, the culture. And as a scientist, if you look, amazing. As I told you, he started the tissue culture. He went into different aspects of chromosomal work. Then he also had the devotion for carrying on with the evolutionary aspect. He somehow got with the heterochromatin. He believed heterochromatin has a big role in evolution. And the way he struggled to prove that, towards the end of his career, I think in 1990s, this technique was established. Chromosome mice technique. Towards the end of the career, you go out, learn this technique, bring the instruments, and he established it in the culture room. And I was very much amazed and excited to see Professor Sharma at that age sitting on that equipment, inverted microscope, on which you can see the chromosome. And he had fine glass needles through which he will, looking through the microscope, he will dissect the chromosome segments. From that, the heterochromatic sequences were cloned. So it is chromosome dissection and microcloning technique which was established. I think it was Giridhar Gopal Sharma who did that, and he demonstrated certain sequences of repeat sequences were able to transcribe, and its role in evolutionary process. So whether it was cytogenetics, radiation genetics, where Professor Avajesh, Professor V.C. Das, they all have contributed greatly, and all these people who did the work of the evolution, they all have exceeded and done very good work all over the world, wherever they are. So all these things, the things are remembered now. And one more thing I would say, I was appointed initially after my PhD in the Women's College, which is called as Mahila Mahavidyalaya, because there was no post in the Department of Zoology. I thought, okay, better I take this opportunity. I joined that. For 4 or 5 years, I was only teaching there. Then Professor Rai Chaudhary once came and asked Professor Sharma, where is this girl whom I gave PhD? He asked me to come over. to Department of Zoology. I came and he said, why are you not doing any research? What for I gave you training? You are only teaching. So I said, sir, in Women's College there is no facility that I can do any research there. So he told Professor Sharma, Tikara, why she is just wasting her time there? She is teaching, okay, but she should do research. That's what I wanted her to do. So give her some special, some space and facilities here. And Professor Sharma, I had been telling her all the time whenever she comes here that you can do and use any equipment, anything. And so when Professor Baichaudhuri also told this, I started coming. And I had never learned chromosome preparations, which I learned in that lab, and tried to do something and some publication. He never asked me whether you will give me my name in the publications or not. So never that kind of a talk that you are using my facility, my lab, whether I should be getting any credit of that or no, not that aspect was never considered. So this was Professor Sharma. It can go on endlessly. He was a total mentor, not only in science, in personality development, in everything. We have in our life all the pleasant things which we think they are all attributed by him. So remembering him and paying respect to him, and also I would say thank you, Mrs. Sharma, and the children who are attending online. I don't know whether Professor Carl Sperling is online already or not. The guest lecture to be given by Professor Carl Sperling from Berlin. He is a close associate of cytogenetics lab and started with Professor Raman's Humboldt Fellowship in Germany, and it continued with a great friendship with Professor Sharma. So this is another event which is going to happen, and this is also linking all these things together. And with these words, I thank you all for the patient in this hearing, and thanks Professor Parimal Das for inviting me. Thank you.
We express our gratitude ma'am, and once again Professor Lakhotia sir for your insights and reflection on this great scientist's life, and for your words that how he worked so hard to establish the field, and he was not only a great scientist but also a great person. So moving forward, we are privileged to have among us the Director, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, Professor Anil Kumar Tripathi. May I now invite you, sir, grace the dais and address the gathering.
Good afternoon to all. My special regards to Mrs. Professor Tika Ram Sharma, who has joined online. It's very special for all of us that she is gracing this occasion. I am always at a dilemma when Professor Rajiv Raman likes to call me as chief guest. I instead prefer to be called as chief host instead of being a chief guest. But since he has been my teacher, I have to accept whatever he says. Now I take it, I have learned to divide myself into two. One is director, who happens to be the chief guest, and Anil Tripathi as an individual part of the cytogenetics family. I'll qualify my statement. In 1976, when I joined as a BSc student, I think Professor Lakhotia was taking his first classes to my batch in zoology. And Professor Raman used to come to my practical classes. So that's how I became part of the family. BSc onwards, when I moved to Masters, Dr. Eklavya Sharma was my senior. Again, I got connected with the persona of Professor Tikaram Sharma. The persistent smile on the face of Eklavya Sharma, that was a reflection of Professor Tikaram Sharma, which I came to know later. After passing my MSc, when I registered for my PhD, that was cyanobacterial genetics. Initially, I was given a different topic, but I somehow developed an interest in genetics, and I picked up cyanobacterial genetics at that time. And then I used to often come to the cytogenetics group to meet some of my friends. And one of those, Professor Avdesh Jha, who is on the panel here, I quite often used to come to meet him, along with some of my other friends from zoology. And then a few times I had encountered with Professor Tikaram Sharma. I don't know whether he was liking or not, but he always used to have a smile on his face. His energy, his enthusiasm, and his smile, that was something which was very infectious. And besides Dr. Avdesh Jha, our friend Anupam Chatterjee, I used to quite often come to the cytogenetics, and there were many others who became friends in the process. And later on, when I joined here as a faculty in 1990, I started focusing on bacterial genetics. So probably cytogenetics group, nobody works on bacteria. You can count me there that at least bacterial genetics, one guy is there who is working in a different school of biotechnology. But well, I think in my pursuit for bacterial genetics, there is certainly some inspiration coming from the cytogenetics group and its unique work culture and unique ethos of a kind of family feeling, which is something unique for this university. And that is how the cytogenetics group has made a very unique place in this university. And I offer my very heartfelt tribute, first of all, to our founder Malviya ji for creating an institution where dedicated teachers like Professor S.P. Rai Chaudhary, Professor Tikaram Sharma, they could find the expression of their capabilities in this environment. And they derive full satisfaction, because what else this university has to offer, except for the satisfying environment where you can do your best and feel happy about the kind of the academic outcomes which you have been able to contribute. Today, where we stand, Center for Genetic Disorders is part of the legacy of the cytogenetics group, where Professor Tikaram Sharma was the main player. And when Center for Genetic Disorder was established, when Department of Molecular Human Genetics was established, I remember that one way or the other, I was with the team. And therefore, I feel that I'm part of this large family of cytogenetics group. And the institutions, such kind of institutions within the institution, like cytogenetics group, is an institution within Banaras Hindu University. And these institutions are built on the foundations of dedication and sacrifice, which our teachers have given, the passion which they have shown, selfless passion, selfless, dedication to the cause. That is how the Center of Genetic Disorder and the neighboring building of the Department of Molecular Human Genetics stand. And I'm sure that this foundation, this edifice, which is standing on the sacrifices of the foundations and passion of these dedicated teachers, will continue for many, many years to come. And this not only is able to attract the academia, but the society as well. Because this thinking that the science should reach to the society, this Center for Genetic Disorder is a kind of example, unique example within the Institute of Science. So I really sincerely thank Professor Parimal Das, who is carrying forward the legacy, and the other faculty members of the Center for Genetic Disorders. And I wish that they will continue with this great legacy with excellence. And on behalf of the Banaras Hindu University, although I have been called as a guest, but I consider myself as a host, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and particularly those who have joined us.
Guest with bouquet and a memento. We have Professor Mishra with us. She wants to talk now for a moment.
Sorry, I'm intruding. I'm Dr. Vibha Mishra, the first teacher of Dr. Tikaram Sharma, 1972. Mercy sitting at one corner, Rama sitting with one microscope, and Lalji sitting in one corner, Rai Chaudhary in his room. That was the first scenario I encountered. And when I entered Dr. Tikaram Sharma's room, oh, medical? They are not faithful to genetics. I said, what? Genetics is medical. Why shall we not be faithful to this thing? Okay, you do it. It was a hard work for me. Night 9 to 11 and morning 4:30 to 7, and then my clinical work. I prepared, wrote the thesis, and the thesis got rejected. That was the tragedy of my life. Rejected because nobody knew what is cytogenetics at that time. 50 years from now, this is 23. 50 years, 50 years. And that day I decided, a time will come when people will learn only cytogenetics, genetics, and the treatment with genetics. Today, 5 days ago, I was attending a session in fetal genetics. It was a whole lecture of 3 hours, everybody presenting themselves. My request to Dr. Tripathi. We have such a big lab, we have such big amenities, and my request to Dr. Rajiv Raman and Dr. Lakhotia, and everybody present here who will be the future of this lab, that why don't you people start a diploma in clinical genetics? Why? Because people in other part of India, they have started and they are giving diploma in genetics, and they are talking as an authority sitting on dais. In few days from now, that is end of April, we are having another 3-day session on fetal genetics, and nobody participating from this place where we have such a big app, such a big authority, such a big people. Why are we not ready to present ourselves to the world for betterment of human beings? We should be there because science is for human beings and we are born as 2 cells. when they unite us, and what are the changes we are going to have, what repercussions we have if we have a course or a diploma in fetal medicine, which is there in few centers in the India. I think it will be very good for Varanasi, for Institute of Medical Sciences, for Science College, and it will give a very big focus to this lab. Lab doesn't need a focus in scientific world, but it needs a focus in the medical world. I, from 72 now onward till date, have been always interested in fetal genetics. And that time my topic was RPL, recurrent pregnancy losses. And still it is a big head, RPL. With this idea of knowing RPL and the fetal genetics, I could deliver babies out of 13 abortions or 9 abortions. What a great good mother is smiling with a baby. Just because the insight was given to me by Tikkaram Sharma, and there was a challenge that medical people do not go for genetics. I will just request again that please start a diploma in fetal medicine. That's all. Sorry to interrupt in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your experience with us. It was so good to hear you. Through this lecture series, we aim to promote the culture of learning and innovation. With that in mind, I request Professor Rajiva Raman, sir, Cytology Lab Distinguished Professor, to come to the stage and introduce us all with our speaker, Professor Carl Sperling.
Everything is going fine, sir, ma'am. You had a time slot later on, so you are not groups. We have thought of you. So sorry for that you came first and other things, but we have really slot reserved for you to talk. Thanks.
So, party and a student of mine, it gives me a lot of pleasure and pride. Professor Lakotia, colleagues, friends online who have not been able to join us here, but we are grateful to you all for having joined us online. I have been given the task of introducing the speaker this evening, and also a few words about the memorial talk. So I thought I'll take help. Now that we are getting old, we are not even sure whether you are remembering everything that you want to speak, and therefore I thought it would be a good idea to have some help to the projections. So this memorial talk, as we have already heard about Professor Tikkaram Sharma, and so many things have been said. I only would say I was the privileged one who was his first PhD student officially, and he remained my teacher, or he remains my teacher till date in variety of fields. But what makes him special is to dream, to be able to dream, and to make the dreams come true. That makes Tikkaram Sharma different from many others. Dream we all, but how many of us try to make dreams come true? He was one who definitely would know how to make dreams come true, and that's why he is so special in our lives. Many of us who have not known him, or who are only hearing from us, please take this message. Dreaming is important, and even more important is to make efforts to let those dreams come true. We are all small parts of the dream that Dr. Sharma was having, and we have been part, and we are trying to emanate a condition in which we can dream and give it part of our dreams to you. The second important object of this is to observe Down Syndrome Day. 21st March 21/3 is actually Down Syndrome Day, and the reason that it is 21/3 is because chromosome number 21 occurs in 3 copies in Down syndrome, and that's why 21/3 has been chosen as the Down Syndrome Day to be observed. The reason that we observe this day is again to tell us that adversity
is meant to be confronted, not to rule upon. We have to innovate, we have to do science, we have to rehabilitate and see how we can make the lives of children suffering from a disorder, in this case Down syndrome or any other disorder, how to make their lives better, how to make it free from that disease, or how to innovate, how to do new science to be able to do that. And that's why it becomes important that we observe a Down syndrome day. It is very appropriate, incidentally, that today's speaker has also chosen the topic as Down syndrome and its maintenance. And that's what makes Karl Sperling a subject for me to introduce to you today. Karl Sperling, as you would see here, this is where he worked. This is a small part of the building of the Institute of Medical and Human Genetics, from where he is, of which he was the director and then retired, and now serves as the professor of eminence, eminent professor in this building, Professor Sperling. But okay, so Sperling is a product of a strife-ridden Germany. World was part of the World War II, the biggest war that one can think of, and Germany was right in the center of that war. And in 1945, when the war got over, Germany was the most battered of the countries, was parted into two and more pieces, and the city where Berlin, where he worked, was actually parted in many, many more ways. So he had his education, as you can see from here, from the University of, right, is it okay? They're not visible? No, they're okay. So as you can see, he did his PhD in 1969. What you would also observe is that he got his professor's position in 1971. So his accomplishment as a student and then as a scientist was good that he could, and by 1976, he became the director of the Institute of Human Genetics. You can imagine 1970s is the period when science of human genetics is coming out of age. The time of pedigrees and biometry and all was now giving, and of all other things, eugenics, the spectra which world disliked. Human genetics was coming out of it. Human cytogenetics was becoming better, the chromosome number was being established. And even more importantly, it became clear that you can do genetics by using cells and cell fusion and cell hybrids. Cell hybrids can act just as you can do Drosophila for mating. So a very big limitation of doing genetics in higher organisms, particularly in mammals, was taken care of by using cell hybrids and cell genetics. And Sperling, as person in human genetics at that time, made great use of this technique of cell hybrids. He actually made everything. He made good use of cell fusion, did premature chromosome condensation, as we'll see in the next slide with him, other people, and then to use cell fusion for using for zero derpa and all that, and then hybrids to do the gene mapping and so on and so forth. This he used particularly to look at DNA repair syndromes, Fanconi anemia, ataxia, Niemegen syndrome, and that took a lot of his time. As you can see here, it says the chromosome instability syndromes, and then he did a fair bit of work in developing human cytogenetics new techniques to be able to serve the not only science but also the society per se. He became the president of the German Society of Human Genetics, and then he did also the. So this will give you an idea of the institute of which he was director in 1979. Institute of Human Genetics came up in 1978-76 in Berlin, and this is one staircase. The whole institute, total staff of that time. If some of you knew Rolf Wegener, you can make out Rolf. This is Rolf Wegener. If some of you have met him as a young student, and this is a group which was called as a PCC, Premature Chromosome Condensation Group, which had you have Bob Johnson, Porturao and Karl Sperling. So Porturao and Bob Johnson discovered the technique of PCC, but along with them, Karl Sperling together did a great piece of work, used PCC as a methodology for using a variety of human genetic researches. So with that kind of an accomplishment, obviously, Sperling became a very important person, is still a very important person in the world of human genetics, particularly in Germany, but the whole of Europe. He was member of German Academy of Sciences. He had the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, an honorary member of Czech Medical Association. He was honored with variety of things. I have just listed a few, like honoris causa professor of Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar, with which he had a fair bit of collaboration. And then on the Fanconi Anemia Society Award, Jacob Henle Medal, and perhaps what has made Sperling very, very important is his socio-scientific concerns. He has, when Chernobyl occurred and the nuclear artifacts, nuclear emissions came up all over Europe, he began to look at variety of disorders because of that. And one of the disorders he looked at was Down syndrome. And therefore, don't forget, Germany is a country where research in human genetics was doing very difficult because of the history that it had. And at that time, to convince the authorities that it requires to be done the way it is to be done is what Sperling did. And also, therefore, he was appointed as an ombudsman. I hope you're all aware, we talk these days of, what we call in Hindi, Lokpal, yes, exactly, but ombudsman of genetics. And he still continues to be the ombudsman of genetics in Berlin. So this is what, in summary, what Sperling is like. But I would be very imprudent of me, or even ungrateful of me, if I do not let this opportunity let out of my hand and not to talk about Sperling and BHU, because we have had a long association with him. I, as a student of genetics, chromosome biology, having done my PhD, I was also very madly wanting to do cell genetics. I knew that I'm not going to do Drosophila genetics. I was not interested in that kind of genetics, but I was interested in mammalian genetics. The only way that I could have done it would be to do cell fusion and cell hybrids. And I was madly looking for it. At the time I came to know that there was a person, Sperling, and he had a cell line of barking deer, Munjak, which we also had here. And I thought it was a good opportunity I applied for Humboldt Foundation Fellowship. Fortunately, I got it, and I worked with him. The moment I was entering, the first day I entered the lab, the staircase on which you saw all the people was this portrait. It set the tone for me too. This is exactly what Down syndrome is. You can see one chromosome which has not been able to go to either pole properly, and that's why it led to aneuploidy. You see the child here is a Down syndrome child. That showed to me how sensitive that institute was towards human disorders. I knew I have found the right place to be working. I did some work there. You can see me rare thing when I am also putting on a coat and doing some work. And then we had a long association. Not only me, in 1984, Carl Sperling came to BHU, also came to Lucknow, where he met most ebullient Professor T. Sharma. And as it goes, they hit it off. Their friendship was much, much more enduring, and then anything I had to do with it. And therefore, they had collaboration, collaborative research project. They had, he went and had a sabbatical there with him. And also, we did a small workshop, a slide of which we can see. And in the same process, we found that a number of students from the lab went and visited, they stayed in his lab and did piece of work, like Indrajit Nanda, who is now in Würzburg, Amarpal Singh, unfortunately he's no more with us, Gopeshwar Narayan, who is now in molecular human genetics. And similarly, we had a lot of people coming from their lab and working with us here, like Heidi Neitzel, Rolf Wegner, and others. So that has been the association. This is a picture from the time that we had this workshop. Interestingly, your present director, coordinator, Dr. Parimal Das, was also a participant of this Indo-German workshop of molecular techniques in genetics. I hope I am right, Parimal? Yeah. Yes, okay. So that was held in 1990. You can see in this Carl Sperling with Professor Mercy Raman and Martin Digweed. And this is also a part of Sperling, who is very relaxed, enjoys eating, and wants to be friendly. This is the farewell party after the workshop, and you can see Carl Sperling, Ingo Hansmann, who was director of human genetics in Antwerp University, Heidi Neitzel, Martin Digweed, Vera, and so on. So, from science to food, Sperling has been part of us in a very big way. I should tell you that from him only I learned that the plate for the dessert should be a different one, the cutlery should be a different one from the plate in which you are eating your sausages and your steaks and your pizzas. He said you need a new plate, a cleaned piece of cake, and a nice fork to eat it. Thank you, Carl. I'm sorry he's not here online. Because he's a problem with hearing. He's hard of hearing, and his wife, who lost her vision about 20 years back. So it's a little difficult for Carl to now move out of the house. Even his classroom lectures he gives from his home. But it was very kind of him to have at one instant agreed to have given this lecture. That's because of his association with Dr. Sharma and his love for the science of genetics. Thank you, Carl. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to introduce this very dear friend, one who has made a lot of difference to my life. So he has been in a certain sense a friend and a philosopher and a guide all in one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the gracious introduction and the words of inspiration. Now, without any further ado, let's move on to the much awaited second memorial lecture.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the meeting, especially University Bharat, it's a pleasure and privilege for me to give this presentation. In the essence of the Dharma Granada, it's the 88th wisdom of Professor Sharma and exceptional personality. I regret that this is the last presentation. There are so many wonderful wisdom of previous visits to the organization. The last one was in 2012 when the University of Science Genetics made at Europe University. This is a photograph of the survey, Professor Sharma, where I like to draw the attention to this wonderful, touching article by Richard Ryan, in which he describes his private and scientific life. And mentions that his major research increased in the last 25 years. There was revelation in his chromosome operations, also in offspring from various exposed revelation and other projects. Briefly discuss this aspects of the presentation. Inside the presentation is a question if the environmental factors potentially included can have an influence on the balance of those of the world. First of all, given important introduction as a country in aspects of technology, environmental, in the future, and I think the future is already provided. So as you know, those of the visitors cover altogether the most genetic is already evidence. Most of the cases of maternal origin, there is a steep increase in the balance of maternal age. The general those are less affected, but the balance of balance is counterbalanced. The number of countries where the usage of parental characteristics and combination is a combination of pregnancy. This is evidence critical. Doctors and for us in the world, it was very important to also collaborate with the balance of genetic support groups. So it shows us the various clinical symptoms of the balance with this was published in a number of texts for the presentation purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from Varanasi, especially dear Mercy and Raji, It is a pleasure and privilege for me to give you this presentation in reminiscence of the Down Syndrome Day and at the 88th birthday of Professor Tika Sharma, an exceptional personality. I regret that this is not a live presentation, as I have so many wonderful memories to my previous visits to Varanasi. The last one was in 2012 when the Indian Society of Human Genetics met at your university. This is a photograph from this meeting. In the center, Professor Tika Sharma, and I would like to point your attention to this wonderful, touching article by Rajan, in which he describes his private and scientific life and mentions that there's a major research interest in the last 25 years where the radiation-induced chromosome aberrations of offspring from exposed to ionizing radiation and the role of heterochromatin in the evolutionary context. I would like to briefly discuss these aspects of my presentation. The main center of my presentation is the question if environmental factors, radiation included, can have an influence on the prevalence of Down syndrome. First, I will give you a brief introduction to the clinical aspects and the etiology, and finally have a view in the future, and I think the future has already begun. Now, as you all know, Down syndrome is the most common autism, and normally even the most common genetic disorder among newborns. Most of the cases of maternal origin and a steep increase in dependence of maternal age. There are generally more voice and growth affected, and the prevalence at birth is counterbalanced in a number of countries by the usage of prenatal diagnostics in combination with the termination of pregnancy. This has enormous economic problems, and for us it was very important to closely collaborate with the Down syndrome genetic support groups shown here. This shows us the various clinical symptoms of the programs with Down syndrome. This figure is published in the number of textbooks. I will point your attention only to this one, congenital heart disease, because due to the great progress in treatment of these diseases, including treatment of infectious diseases and leukemia, the life expectancy has enormously increased. In the 60s it was about 10 years, and now it's more than 60 years. Two symptoms are not mentioned in this overview, that is the hearing loss and impaired vision. This can be easily compensated, and this results in a significant improvement of the intellectual development of these children. In 1959, Jerome Lejeune found that Down syndrome is due to trisomy 21. At this time, the chromosomes couldn't be differentially stained. They were arranged according to the length. And he felt it is the second smallest chromosomes involved. Actually, this was not correct. 10 years later, after G-bending, it was clear it is the smallest chromosome. Chromosome 22 is longer, but as you can expect, nomenclature would not be revised. This was too late. Now, today, due to the Human Genome Project, we know the exact length of chromosome 21 in base pairs. There are more than 50, about 46 million base pairs, and chromosome 22 is about 4 million base pairs longer, but it has twice the amount of protein coding genes, and this explains that the trisomy 21 is not compatible with life, but also many of the fetuses with trisomy 21 die before birth. Chromosome 21 was the second one which has been completely sequenced, and the head of this sequencing consortium was Hans Lierach, director at our Max Planck Institute for Molecular Genetics in Berlin. Now, due to this work, we could arrange the protein coding genes along the chromosomes, and there's a clearly uneven distribution. This part, the dark G band, has much less coding genes than the lighter so-called R band. Here's the region, the C band heterochromatin with no protein coding genes, and this heterochromatin shows enormous variability in the amount in different rodent species, also mammalian species, which was very carefully analyzed by Tikashima, also with respect to their evolutionary relevance. Now, as I told you, most cases are due to maternal non-disjunction and inherited oogenesis. This starts already at the 3rd month of embryonic life. The oocytes enter into the meiotic prophase. The homologous chromosomes recognize each other, pair with each other, undergo crossing over, and this crossing over guarantees that the homologous chromosomes are held together until the first meiotic division. At birth, all oocytes are arrested. This stage is so-called dictation. Immediately before ovulation, the first meiotic division takes place. If this occurs at the age of 12 years, the oocytes were arrested for 12 years at this dictating stage. If then the sperm penetrates the oocyte, this is the trigger for the second meiotic division, and I'm sorry that you can't see my arrow here to illustrate this, but I hope you can follow what I'm saying. Both meiotic division take place within a few hours, so we can say that both non-disjunctional events occur around conception. And this process can be easily analyzed based on highly informative microsatellites. Here I've shown 3 microsatellites with a set of more than 20 microsatellites spanning the whole chromosome number 21. And you can see that the alleles 3, 2, and 6 are characteristic for the one homologous chromosome 21 and the alleles 5, 8, 1 for the other one. And based on this we can map the site of crossing over between the second and third microsatellite. And we can also analyze whether the error has occurred during the first or the second meiotic division. Here, this occurs in the first meiotic division. The centromeres of both homologous chromosomes are kept in the oocyte. If the error is at the second meiotic division, the centromere only from one chromosome is kept in the oocyte. Now, altogether, about 90% of trisomy 21 newborn are due to maternal non-disjunction, 70% due to error in the first meiotic division, 20% in the second meiotic division, 8% of paternal origin, and 2 to 3% occur at the meiotic non-disjunction. Now, the time around conception is also characterized by the most profound epigenetic modification of our genome, demethylation and methylation. I will come to this aspect later. Clearly, non-disjunction is not confined to chromosome number 21. It affects all human chromosomes. Thus, there is a huge number of aneuploidies among oocytes, increasing with maternal age. Also, mitotic divisions are error-prone, but at most, only about 0.3% of newborn have an aberrant karyotype, which means that most of the aberrant chromosomal aberrant fetuses die before term. Almost all monosomies before implantation. And here again is this enormous increase of aneuploidy for maternal age, and this is quite unusual. The rate of non-disjunction is about 2 orders of magnitude higher in man than, for example, in the mouse. And from an evolutionary point of view, this is explained by an adaptive mechanism to span the interbirth interval from 9 months to 3 to 4 years, which was very important for early human evolution when human was hunter and gatherers. And this results in a better overall survival of the newborns, which are dependent on maternal or paternal support. Now, it is not unexpected that many endogenous factors have been identified that have an influence on this extremely high non-disjunction rate. It is, one could say, a natural occurrence in men, but not in other mammals. I do not have time to discuss this aspect in detail, but from a theoretical point of view, one would expect that also environmental factors can have an influence on non-disjunction, especially at the time of conception, when both non-disjunctions occur. Right? Unexpected, this seems not the case. I will refer 3 reviews. One showed that the possibility that environmental factors may induce aneuploidy has been suggested, but confirmatory evidence has never emerged. Or the National Down Syndrome Society in the States states there's no definitive scientific research that indicates that Down syndrome is caused by environmental factors or from an announcement of the Mario Clinic, there are no known environmental factors that cause Down syndrome. Now I will try to discuss this in more detail and first introduce our monitoring studies in the human and we have had contact with Anna Rajab. She was head of the genetic department at the Royal Hospital in Muscat, and when we met each other, she told me that the rate of Down syndrome extremely high in Oman, and we felt it is good to perform a systematic monitoring studies for the 5 years from 2000 to 2004, and her collaborator Salma Al-Harazi performs the molecular studies under the guidance of Professor Heidi Morinazzo from our institute. Perhaps some of you know her quite well because she was involved in the molecular workshop in 1990 at Varanasi University. The thesis of Salma has been published as a book, and for this thesis she received the prize for Down syndrome research from the World Health Organization. Now, Oman was exceptional. It has an excellent healthcare system which was free of charge to all Omani nationals. There was only one lab, Anna Rajab's lab at the Royal Hospital in Muscat that performed cytogenetic diagnostics. That means that almost all cases with Down syndrome were confirmed cytogenetically by her institution. Prenatal diagnostic was not performed at all in Oman, and quite interestingly from our point nowadays is that there was almost no relevant birth control at this time. Just the mean number of pregnancy at birth of a child with Down syndrome was almost 9, and the record was 17. Altogether, during these 5 years, 518 cases were recorded. According to the maternal age, 400 were expected. This is a highly significant increase, and it's paralleled by an increase in the sex ratio. The health regions of Oman are divided into 10 regions, and there are significant difference in the Down syndrome prevalence in the various regions. It could be divided into 3 clusters. The age distribution of the mothers were not different in these clusters. This is the cluster located here with the highest prevalence. This one is the lowest prevalence, and these different prevalences are correlated with a sex ratio, which is here 1.35. But in addition to these regional differences, there were also significant seasonal differences. The highest rate was observed in January regularly each year. And when we look at the seasonal differences in the high and the low prevalence risk, we show in the high prevalence risk, this is the world record. 1 among 150 newborn had Down syndrome, and the sex ratio was almost 2 boys to one goal. In the regions we see the light gray areas with lower prevalence, there were not such enormous fluctuations. The molecular studies confirmed that about 90% were due to maternal non-disjunction, but interestingly, in the regions with a middle and high prevalence, the meiotic II non-disjunction rates were significantly higher than in the low prevalence area. In addition, Harry Neitzel and Zana performed a case control study in Oman, interviewed 90 families with a child with Down syndrome and 90 carefully selected controls. I will not go into details. There was no difference. All of the women, most of the women, about 70%, were housewives. Now, all these findings, the significant regional, seasonal differences, the high increase of the sex ratio and the high rate of meiosis II non-disjunction points to an environmental agent, but these studies gave no indication what could be the reason. I will try to give you an hypothetical answer. The high risk is this area. This is the main agricultural area in Oman. And I discussed this with a number of colleagues from Oman, and they told me, we never eat vegetables or fruit from Oman because this was at this time highly contaminated with pesticides, because the usage of pesticides was not regulated. They were applied twice a year in this area. In 2006, the situation changed completely due to this pesticides war. And now I would expect that this high prevalence has been normalized, is no longer existence. If this is the explanation, and we try to convince our colleagues in Oman to test this, but Anna Rayab is already retired, and there are now a number of institutions performing cytogenetic diagnostics. It's not easy to do this. We hope they will still have a look at this if we are correct. Now I come to my next example. Here I think we found the explanation. This study has been performed in Berlin, and the question was, if the fallout from the Chernobyl reactor accident could have an influence on the rate of, let's say, Down syndrome in West Berlin. And from an epidemiological point of view, West Berlin was an ideal situation because it was an island surrounded by the German Democratic Republic at this time. You know, the reactor accident happened in April 1986. Our institute was alone responsible for genetic services, including prenatal diagnostics of the population. It was free of charge, and within 10 days after birth, in more than 90% of all cases, we had already performed the cytogenetic diagnosis, trisomy 21. And this is the monthly prevalence for 12 years. On the average, we had 2 to 3 cases per month with Down syndrome, with one exception. This was in January 1987. There were 10 newborn with Down syndrome and 2 cases prenaturally diagnosed, which perhaps could be born also in January 1987. This was highly significant. And in addition, we found a significant increase in male children with Down syndrome also around this time. Now, the same observation was made in Belarus. Again, here in January 1987 was the highest prevalence of Down syndrome. These studies have been published, and in both of these studies, all known confounders have an influence on the prevalence of trisomy 21 could be included, could be excluded. Now, the explanation is that in West Poland and in Belarus, the radioactive clouds with radioactive iodine passed at the time of conception of these children over Berlin or these areas of Belarus where these children were conceived. The mothers inhalated the radioactive iodine. It was wonderful weather, it was sunny weather in Berlin, so the rain did not remove the radioactive nuclides from the atmosphere. And it's difficult to calculate the gonadal doses, which was slightly increased compared to the natural radioactivity, perhaps 5 to 8 times in Berlin. That is a minimal increase, but at the time of conception, at the time of non-assumption, this might have such a significant effect. Now I should add that West Germany and Belarus are those countries in Europe with the highest iodine deficiency. In most other European countries, iodine was submitted to the food, and thus the uptake of iodine was significantly less than in West Poland and in Belarus. And I would believe if iodine supplementation has been performed also in West Berlin, the effect would be much smaller, perhaps no longer significant. But in principle, it illustrates that the very low increase of ionizing radiation can have such an effect. Now, in the year after Chernobyl in 1987, there were a number of other congenital abnormalities observed in Germany, for example, cleft lip or palate, and the sensitive period is the first trimester of pregnancy for these malformations. But I will point your attention to this very exciting observation. There was a highly significant increase in the sex ratio in Germany and in all other European countries exposed to the ionizing radiation. This was analyzed by Hagen Sharp. And you see here in 1986 the reactor accident in Chernobyl, and the increase started in 1987 and it lasted several years long, and resulted in this permanent increase, and here it goes down In the States, it's permanently went slightly down. Hagen Sharp could show that this is not due to an increase in male births. This is live, newborn, but to a deficit in female newborns. And here altogether to explain this gender gap, we have to assume that about 400,000 less females were born during this time. Now, another colleague had studied the monthly sex ratio in a district in Germany, in Bavaria, and among 156 months, the highest increase in the sex ratio was observed in January 1987, exactly when the increase of Down syndrome was observed in Berlin and Belarus. We do not have an explanation for this increase in the sex ratio. I discussed this intensely with Hagen Sharp, and I will give you a hypothetical explanation. It might be due to an epigenetic phenomenon. At the time around conception, exactly at the 8-cell stage, X inactivation starts in female embryos. And if this process of X inactivation is defected, it will only affect female embryos, and perhaps could explain this effect. It's a poor hypothesis, and we do not know whether this might be also valid for Down syndrome. There are a number of very intricate questions still have to be answered. Now, I come to the conclusion that due to this special situation, monitoring was easily to do in West Berlin and almost without any additional costs. Now I come to my last example, and again this is exceptional because for more than 50 years monitoring of congenital anomalies was performed in Hungary. Head was Andrew Chesel of this register, and he made a very curious observation in a small village where less than 500,000 inhabitants. In 1989 and 90, 11 of 15 newborns had a congenital anomaly. 4 of them had Down syndrome. In the years before, among 61 newborn, only 3 were affected. In the following year, all 10 newborns were healthy. And you see in this list the various malformations, although again cleft lip and Down syndrome, and they interviewed the families, and these were poor families. There was a small lake near the city, and it turned out that the mothers who gave birth to a child with Down syndrome had consumed fish exactly at the time of conception, and those who gave birth to a child with cleft lip had consumed fish at the sensitive time for these malformations during embryogenesis. And it turned out that, and we had performed the studies, that the cases with Down syndrome were due to on the junction of the second meiotic division. Now, at the critical time, the fishes in this lake were treated with an insecticide against parasites, and they used in far too high concentration of trichlorophon. A number of these fishes even died, and the most likely explanation, because this can't be a chance event, is that consumption of this contaminated fish at the critical time for the various malformations could have this effect. So I think it is very convincing that this monitoring project had identified an environmental factor. Now, let's have a look in the future, and except that I cut the long story very short, because at the moment we see there are a number of new methodological progresses concerning screening of Down syndrome based on free fetal DNA in mother's blood, which can be obtained without risk for the unborn and can be analyzed with respect to the number of probes from chromosome 21 compared to the other chromosomes, and see if there's evidence for trisomy 21. And this test is now offered to all pregnant women in Belgium free of charge, and more than 75% make use of it. But it is not a diagnostic test. The diagnosis has to be performed on amniocentesis or villi probes by cytogenetic means, but I would propose that in the near future this test will be performed by a whole genome sequencing, which is very fast, very informative, and in the future will be no more costly than cytogenetic diagnostics. And I will show you and give you an example what can we do with whole genome sequencing in newborn. This was one of the interests of Tika Sharma, as you perhaps know, and we used cytogenetic techniques on offspring of radiation-exposed parents. We used whole genome sequencing on soldiers exposed to ionizing radiation. We completely sequenced the parental genomes and that of the child, and here analyzed these are 16 offspring, the number of new mutation for individual base pairs, the so-called single nucleotide variants. The average number of new mutations were 80 per generation. We could show that most of the mutations were of paternal origin and increased with paternal age. But there was no evidence that this rate of these new mutations was increased after paternal variation, with one exciting exception. And these were clustered mutation lying not more than 20 base pairs separate from each other. This clustered mutation was significantly increased in the children from the affected fathers and not in the controls. So this is a good indication for parental exposure to ionizing radiation, obviously they cannot be properly repaired. In addition, in two offspring, we observed a balanced translocation and of paternal origin, and as you know, in this case, the DNAs from both chromosomes must lie illegally in contact that the recombination can take place, and in one of these families also the offspring, the first offspring was affected. In the other family, the daughter had a balanced karyotype, but their children were unbalanced. So this also had clinical consequences. Now we also looked at the epigenetic modifications in the offspring. Here we had arranged more than 1,000 CPG islands, and the colors represent the different rate of methylation, and here the arrow is for the father, the mother, and their two children. In the next presentation, we show the average methylation value for CPG islands in L1 repetitive elements, and you see there's no difference between the father and the mother, but the children who were conceived when the fathers were exposed to the ionizing radiation are hypomethylated at these regions. The other children who were conceived after exposure of the fathers had again normal methylation levels. This has been done in cooperation with colleagues from Saarbrücken, have not been published so far, but shows that also with this approach, epigenetic effects can be analyzed. Now, as I told you, I'm convinced that whole genome sequencing will play a major role in the future, and there are large 1 million genomes initiatives in the States, in Europe, in China, where 1 million genomes are completely sequenced to get better information on the variability in our genomes. And if this information is combined with the e-health data, which are collected in a number of countries, and leading in this respect is Denmark, and I think Australian genomics, they have large databases with all these clinical data, also for research studies. It is very important that in this case the individual patient health data are carefully safeguarded, and I think they can or will guarantee this. And if population monitoring is included in this context, this will open much new possibilities for research, for preventive measurements, and for risk avoidance as well. I think also for basic research. And Down syndrome is the ideal model because it's extremely sensitive to ionizing radiation according to our findings. It's a sentinel phenotype, but also with regard to other congenital anomalies. And if we get more insight into the molecular basis of non-disjunction, this could also have consequences for carcinogenesis. But there's another aspect, and this is my last comment, and I think Tika Sharma would completely agree with you. if monitoring indicates that there's no increase in prevalence, this is a very good information. Now I thank you for your attention. I'm sorry that the pointer could not be documented in my presentation. If you have any questions, I would be pleased to answer these questions via email. So again, thank you and greetings from Berlin to Varanasi.
Food for the thought. Now, I request our coordinator, Professor Parimal Das sir, to
I have been invited. Thank you very much, Dr. Parimal Das, for inviting me. But I was not prepared for giving a talk because I have not been told. I have been told to attend for a few minutes because I have to leave today. Anyway, if I have been asked, am I audible? If I have been asked to say about Down syndrome, the research which you are doing, I cannot say comments anything about that. But clinical aspects of Down syndrome, I want to share my thoughts with you and experience with you.
The Down syndrome patients are having a lot of problem, and in the early part of my career in 1980 or 1990 till 1985 or 90, it was not being diagnosed before pregnancy, during pregnancy. It has been diagnosed after delivery. So most of them are suffering from either hydrocephalus or infection or congenital heart disease or GI anomalies like malnutrition, urinalysis, all these things. And they are obviously mentally retarded. So most of the time, parents are reluctant to give any treatment by admitting them in hospital, even forget about investigating them for further any management point of view. So after that, gradually the human genetics department started sharing their genetical research, and I used to send sample for them, particularly the patients, for sampling and research and family screening also. And thereby some of the patients has been identified, family has been identified, and still I feel, though I have retired now for last 8 years, so I have no idea about what is going on after my retirement, but still I feel that these things should progress further, and most importantly, we should have a national registry, which is not there. Particularly in this locality, is to start with, we can have our registry, and thereby we can maintain a number of cases, number of families, and their pedigree also, so that in future, whether they are developing or not. And antenatal diagnosis has progressed a lot, and because of the amniocentesis and early diagnosis, lot of them has been prevented for delivering as an abnormal child, which is a very problem, particularly in poor society of ours, villagers and others. So that with that much, I can say that you are doing a tremendous job, and that should be carry on for future generation and in a much more wider aspect to help the society. And that's why comes the role of NGOs. In collaboration with the NGOs and human health workers, you can have the things, and obviously with the Institute of Medical Sciences, that can be further elaborate network by which they can be picked up in antenatal life, and thereby it can be managed, and family also can be screened for further development. And cause of this still in India is not being so much studied, that the way the speaker has mentioned. There may be a lot of insecticides, parasites, and the packeted foods. They are might be responsible for this chemical induction of genetic abnormalities. With these few words, I want to thank you again for having a nice interaction, and I have learned a lot about the genetic aspect even after retirement. Thank you very much. And thanks so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Professor S.N. Thakur, ex-Dean, Department of Physics, to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. I am a physicist, and except for iodine 131, I didn't understand much of the thing about Down syndrome. I'm here to say a few words about Professor Tikaram Sharma. See, zoology in the Faculty of Science has been one of the leading research departments, but there was a big difference between people in zoology and people in physics. Most of the people in physics were laughing, but very few people in zoology appeared to be laughing. And Professor Tikaram Sharma was one exception. So this is what I had noticed. And you know, he was senior to me, but he came to the university much later than me. And I used to see him and interact with him a little bit. I was very surprised that at the time of the farewell of Professor Rajiv Raman, he had come and he recognized me and asked me, do you still walk as fast as you used to do 20 years ago? I said, yes. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that was very specific to Professor Tikaram Sharma. He would spread happiness around, and that is why the progress that has taken place is because of this. You know, the teachers many times know less than the students, and their only role is to encourage the students in many ways. And one of the things is to be friendly and to be smiling and laughing. And I think Professor Tikaram Sharma was having excellent qualities of this. With these few words, I thank you all for inviting me to the very interesting and informative talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From the online audience, we have with us Professor Eklavya Sharma, who would like to share his words with us.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful evening. I am very, very happy to see the second memorial lecture of Professor Tikaram Sharma being organized today, and an event that is very important for the entire family of the cytogenetics lab. I see people attending from all over the world. I'm also very happy that my auntie and brother Sushant Sharma and myself, we are able to join. See, Professor Tikaram Sharma has been a karma father for me. I have 7 brothers, and out of them 2, one gave me birth, the other one, Professor Tikaram Sharma, gave me karma, how I should perform in my life, right from education to how I grew up. I remember I got all the exposures of the top scientists and professors in India. They used to come to our house, or they used to come to Banaras Hindu University. I used to get that exposure along with all top notch, even those people who used to sit in the Nobel Laureate Committee, selection committee used to come, and I used to get that. That was the inspiration. So for me to do good work, good science, and I think in the field of ecology, I was able to take it forward. So all the time, even now, sometimes I dream and I get advice from my uncle all the time. Recently, I dreamt him and I called my auntie and I told that I still am guided by him. One of the things which I learned very much from him, we have to be passionate on what we do. That is number one. Number two, I think for me, I have been able to do something good in the context of regional cooperation, in the context of global agendas fixing for the mountain regions of the world. And in that, I think the guidance was coming from my uncle. He taught me how to do science diplomacy. So always come with good evidence, convince those people who are not convinced in your topic. I think that is what I learned from him. And then also I have been doing lots of work related to policies, which is regional policy as well as national policies. So he always talk on what you have in terms of evidence. Evidence-based informed decision making has been my principle, and that's why I have always tried to see and seek evidences very much from the work of myself as well as work of my colleagues, and then put that into the agenda. So this is the real teacher. Real teacher, not in terms of content, but teacher in terms of me moving in my career and moving forward. So that has been my uncle, Professor Tikaram Sharma, and I really cherish. I was so moved with the lecture by Professor Sperling. So very a name very familiar in our family. All the time we talked about Professor Carl Sperling, and today's his lecture very much historic. Progress of the topic and also showing the future research directions for the youngsters. I think it was wonderful. Congratulations, Professor Sperling, and also the organizers who have actually managed to get Professor Sperling to talk today at this age, and he did a wonderful job. Congratulations to Professor Parimal Das and the entire cytogenetics lab, my teachers, Professor Rajiv Raman, Mercy Madam, Professor Lakotia, everyone. And then, of course, Professor Tripathi, who remembered me so well. Thank you very much. And I really enjoyed the session. Congratulations, and let's keep this going in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Professor Avdesh Jha with us. He would like to share his perspectives.
Oh, thank you. I was not expecting that I have to speak, but since you have invited me, it is a great pleasure for me to say a few words. There has been a lot of tributes to Professor Sharma already, so I won't go into details of his qualities as a teacher and mentor. But few things, because this is a Down syndrome day as well. And I was introduced, when I was doing my PhD, Professor Sharma introduced me to Professor G.P. Katiyar at Institute of Medical Sciences, Pediatrics Department. And my interest was, as I was involved in IAEA sponsored research project, elucidating the effects of ionizing radiations on human chromosomes, low radiation doses. One of the objectives he set for me was to look at the sensitivity of Down syndrome patients following exposure to ionizing radiations. So I used to go to Institute of Medical Sciences, Pediatrics departments. I met a lot of doctors, and they all respected me because they didn't have the facilities to diagnose definitely that these are Down syndrome patients. And I was very much moved to see the Down syndrome patients, the impact they have on their families. And those, my friends and teachers, Mercy Madam, Dr. Raman, Professor Lakhotia, Parimal, everyone would remember, we used to have a large number of patients coming to cytogenetics lab. And I used to prepare the chromosomes of these Down syndrome patients very meticulously. And you can see my thesis should be still in the cytogenetics lab. Beautiful pictures of the chromosomes of normal humans and Down syndrome. This also gave me the opportunity to collect blood samples for my own experimental work, which was very difficult to get in those days. And other thread was I presented this work in Berlin, which International Conference on Human Genetics in 1986. Professor Sharma was already there. And my senior, Dr. Indrajit Nanda, was already there on Humboldt Fellow Scheme. And Professor Sharma encouraged me to participate in this conference. And I remember the support Dr. Eklavya Sharma gave me during those days preparing posters. You would remember, Labuda, how we prepared overnight the poster there in one of the artists you found in Naria or Nagwa somewhere, handwritten. So those days are with me, and we presented there. And I brought some books for Professor Katiyar, who was a wonderful person. But the most important attribute I would give is the quality of science, the chromosomes we prepared. And Dr. Raman, Dr. Lakhotia, everyone appreciated the work we did. We never compromised with the science. So when I came to Leiden University as postdoctoral fellow, I continued to improve my science there, preparing very good chromosomes. And when I joined ICI, Imperial Chemical Industry, as genetic toxicologist, I was given the task to prepare chromosomes from aquatic organisms, mussels, fish, things like that. It was very, very challenging. But I never compromised with those inspiration with the quality of science. And whenever I prepared chromosomes, everyone said, I have not seen chromosomes from aquatic organisms before. So I was giving presentation to business people in ICI, which became later Zeneca, AstraZeneca, Syngenta, demerged into different companies. And big business people, they used to come managers, and they used to ask me, okay, on the scale of 1 to 10, where do you think your preparations are? How far you have gone? And I used to tell, if you see the standard from published work, I am on 20, not 10. I am beyond the expectations. And they all appreciate you. You can see although I'm not making chromosomes now, but those were the trainings we got there. But I also say to my young colleagues in cytogenetics lab, what is important is we used to have regular seminars, lab seminars every week. Everyone has to give, even teachers and students, everyone. And that was a big training for me. I never felt that I am inferior to anyone in the world. And you should continue to do that. When Professor Lakhotia, Dr. Raman, Mercy Madam, Professor all they interrupt 3-4 hours lecture seminars in the lab after tea on one day in a week. That was really good. And I feel that I always said, Dr. Raman, we should continue that. So with all these words, it's lovely to see you all. And that's why I didn't go to the lab today or university. I thought I should see all the old faces and meet new people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience with us. Now we have a short clip from Professor Bhudev C. Das, Dean, Health and Allied Sciences, Amity University.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great moment to remember my mentor and guru, Professor E. Sharma, on the day of his second memorial lecture being organized by the Institute of Genetic Diseases at Banaras University, Varanasi. I'm highly thankful to Parimal and his team who asked me to say a few words on this video. We are all aware of that Professor Tikaram Sharma is a great soul and a great biologist and cytogeneticist who showed how automatic the so-called inactive genes can play a role in speciation and evolution of organisms. This hypothesis was very close to his heart. In fact, he was very a far-sighted scientist, I would say, because now we know what a big role can be played by these non-coding genes or RNAs like mRNA, LNC RNA, etc. I do not know if anybody is doing any research on this, on these RNAs role, non-coding RNA role in the speciation and evolution. He also studied the effects of radiation and chemicals in human genome or the mammalian genome. It led to several excellent contributions, leading to paper in Nature, in which it was first time showed there is a differential reduced sensitivity between male and female mammals, including human. A teacher of cytogenetics and human genetics, he was highly interested in studying and teaching several syndromes and their correlation with sex determination or docence compensation. On this day, it is important to mention that he used to teach Down syndrome, that is the Down syndrome day is being observed today, and its constitution with the 21 trisomy and its karyotyping, etc., with great interest. He used to make his teaching very interesting in the classroom, and at the same time he used to draw the examples from the society, and at the same time it was very thought-provoking and very interesting. My sincere regards and millions of pranam to the departed soul, my Guru, Professor Tikaram Sharma. Thank you.
It was so good to hear from so many individuals from different places about Professor Sharma's contribution to the field. It was so inspiring. We hope we could work on his steps to fulfill his dreams. Now I invite Shaili to host the further program.
A very good afternoon. As Professor Raman has already mentioned, along with second Professor Tikaram Sharma Memorial Lecture, where we heard a wonderful speak by Dr. Karl Sperling, we have also gathered here to spread awareness on World Down Syndrome Day and to advocate for the rights of our trisomy stars. It is a day to acknowledge and celebrate the lives and achievements of people with Down syndrome. This day helps to combat stereotypes and misconceptions about Down syndrome and educate people about the condition. This year's theme is With Us, Not For Us. People with disabilities have the right to be treated fairly and have the same opportunities as everyone else, working with others to improve their lives. So we would like to start the program with performance by Trisomy Wonder Kids. But before we start, there is a small announcement. There is a stall downstairs, so where the paintings and handicrafts made by Trisomy Wonder Kids have been put for exhibition. Please have a look before you leave. So first we will have performance by Shishu Mangal Child Development Center, West Bengal. It will be streamed online. Please watch the video.
कुछ भी हो जाए सबसे निकलेंगे हम चाहे हम कभी लगे फिर भी लगेंगे
In 2023, the campaign for World Down Syndrome Day is With Us,
not for us. But this is true for all disabilities. Shishu Mongol, a child development center based at rural Bengal, work for all type of disabilities. Early intervention is our motto. People with disability is not a thing of charity. We have to think about their rights, their opportunities, their respect. Role reversal is very much needed. Let them talk about their own needs. Let them be free of any kind of devaluation.
मस्ती की लड़की रानी है, सिंगर उसका पानी है, हाथ लगाओ तो मार क्या लाएगी, बाहर निकालो मार लाएगी। पापा ने लाया, मम्मी ने खाया, हम सब खाया, बड़ा मजा आया, बड़ा मजा आया, बड़ा मजा आया।
It was a heartwarming performance by the kids. Next, we have another performance by another group from Deva International Society for Child Care, Varanasi. I request them to come forward.
जिंदगी बड़े पुकार राधा झूल रही कान्हा संग में आया सावन बड़ा मन भावन रिम झिम की बड़े पुकार पुरवाई घटा नभ छाई बाहों में आई बहार राधा झूल रही कान्हा संग में पुरवाई घटा नभ छाई बाहों में आई बहार राधा झूल रही कान्हा संग में। घर आंगन में मस्त सावन में सखियां गाए गे मल्हार राधा झूल रही कान्हा संग में। घर आंगन में मस्त सावन में सखियां गाए गे मल्हार राधा झूल रही कान्हा संग में।
1 minute. Hello. Yeah, I would request the kids to stay and request Professor Mercy Raman and Professor Rajiv Raman to hand over gifts to the kids. Yeah.
To Draksh, and we trained him for about almost like 15. Now his age is 15 years. We are training him, and with 15 years of training, he is now very well behaved, very well does social care of his mother and everybody, and also learns. He can go walk in the market and independently, and uh, good sportsman. Yeah, sportsman, and he has developed a good quality, and so that.
Please have a round of applause for Rudrash as well as for the whole team. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. As we progress, now we will hear the thoughts and views and nitty-gritties on the management of the specially able Down syndrome fellows and its progress over the years and the challenges as they confront us today by some renowned NGA founders and directors. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Tulsi, the founder and director of Deva International Society for Child Care, to share his views. Sir, please take the dais.
Before I speak something, I would like to show you a small video clipping so that all the people here can understand how is the institutions work, because many of you might not have gone there. So you can see, so just put that small film where
चाहे हमको कोई रोके फिर भी रुकेंगे ना कभी हम ये बारिशा ये दूसरा हमारा इसे जान लो पहचान लो ये दूसरा हमारा हम भी हम आज है और कल भी रहेंगे अब जान लो पहचान लो हमसे ये जमाना दुनिया ये तेरे कैसे नजारे कहीं पे तूफान कहीं सितारे रुकेंगे फिर भी ना हम की धड़कन समझो दिलों का बंधन मंजिलें और भी रास्ते और भी साथ साथ हम चले चल रही जिंदगी की धड़कन समझो दिलों का बंधन समझो देश की धड़कन जान लो देश का बंधन
So respected Professor Rajiv Raman, Professor Mercy Raman, and all the dignitaries of today, and students and all the staff here, and Professor Parimal Das. It's a wonderful time, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity every year to come here and present our views. And it's really a very emotional moment also for me, because I'm also a student of almost all the teachers here, and they're like my big brothers, and from my childhood I have grown with Dr. Raji Raman. And my whole family, my father was professor here in botany, and Dr. Tikaram Sharma, and we are all, Dr. S.P. Rai Chaudhary, we are all, I mean, I was born in this colony and roamed around here. So I know my father and Professor S.P. Rai Chaudhary going around the university and talking, when they were talking, and in the house they were talking about Dr. Rajiv Raman and his achievements, and we were told to be, he was our role model. Every time, every reference was with Dr. Rajiv Raman, and some people, that you people have to be like him, because we were children of a professor here, so we were always subjected to some role models. So I could not become like him, but yes, I learned things from him. Yes, he's my big brother, and I accept that, and associating myself with the Department of Zoology, and especially with his section, I learned about genomic research. I learned about genomes, I learned about, from Mercy ma'am and from Dr. Raji Raman, I learned how a researcher works. And that was real point, because after that I produced 2 papers. One in brain researches and on cerebral dominance. Just by modeling him I learned, and I produced my papers. So I could produce only 2 or 3 papers, and international papers and good things. But the what thing really is that after that continued, and Dr. Tikaram Sharma came to my my center also, and he said, Tulsi, science and social scientists should combine and do the work. Science will be half if it is not utilized in the field, and he really appreciated and gave blessings, आशीर्वाद दिया उन्होंने, और काफी देर बैठे रहे हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट पे, और 2-3 बार आए वो. And he witnessed also all the children, and he talked about Chernobyl disaster victims and radiation effects and things. And that's how I continued my journey, coming to Professor Parimal Das, and always encourages and to do further work, and we are now very closely associated in ICMR various committee and also in programs. The plight for me is where genomic research ends, where my trauma starts. Where your research ends and you confirm that this child is Down syndrome, my real problem starts. Whole of the, not only is problem of Down syndrome child, it's problem of the family now. They are in great trauma. We have confirmed trisomy, done. But now, what next? So here it is not the question of treatment. Treatment word never goes with me. It's the question of healing. Healing the family. Healing the mother. It's a great trauma. So first part of me as a psychologist, I'm a psychologist by profession, and last 40 years I'm a psychologist. And when a psychologist continues for a long time, he becomes psychotherapist. Because then he understands not only others, but he starts understanding himself. So after, it took me a long time to understand myself, and thanks to my professor, who was very close friend of Dr. Raji Raman, late Professor Dr. Ratan Singh, he made me understand many things. And so we have these families. Almost like in Benares itself, we have more than 500 Down syndrome children, only in Benares region. Because I am also associated with the national institutes and things, so I have some little data which says that. And definitely one of the reasons for that is advanced age of father. That is definitely there. And it's also prominent in some particular castes, because they have second marriages and multiple marriages, and their age is advanced, but their wife age is not advanced. So in such conditions also I have suspect, and in my own records it's very well visible. So, okay, that condition happens, then what happens? Then, as usual in Indian families, they first go to their religious pandits and things and do all puja part and everything, but nothing happens. And child is not learning, child has all the problems, his immune system is weak, he can't talk, he can't stand properly, he looks very good, very chubby cheeked, very beautiful, he can't speak, he can't talk.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम चंद्रकला रावत है और बेसिकली मैं बिलोंग करती हूँ उत्तराखंड से। मेरी मैरिज हुई ओबरा में और आफ्टर मैरिज 5 साल के बाद मुझे बेटा मिला और डॉक्टर ने कहा कि वो डाउन सिंड्रोम है। उस समय मुझे नहीं पता था, तो मैंने बोला ये क्या होता है डाउन सिंड्रोम, तो उन्होंने कहा मंगोलियन। तो मैंने कहा हो सकता है, मैं बेसिकली उत्तराखंड से बिलोंग करती हूँ तो इसके फीचर्स को देख के डॉक्टर कुछ ऐसा बोल रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, एक टेस्ट होता है, आप जूलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में जाइए, वहाँ एक टेस्ट होता है तो कंफर्म हो जाएगा कि आपका बेटा ट्राइसोमी 21 है। तो मैंने जब इसका टेस्ट करवाया तो उसमें ट्राइसोमी 21 बेटा निकला। तो मुझे उस समय था, आप 2 चीजें होती हैं आदमी के अंदर, निगेटिव और पॉजिटिव। तो आपको चूज करना पड़ता है कि आप किस चीज को चूज करते हो, निगेटिव चीज को या पॉजिटिव चीज को। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी थी उस समय माँ बनने की, मैं 5 साल बाद माँ बनी थी। मैं उस चीज को चूज करूं या मैं उस चीज को लेके रहूं कि नहीं मेरा बेटा दिव्यांग पैदा हो गया या डाउन सिंड्रोम हो गया। तो मैंने चूज किया हैप्पी, मैं खुश थी, नहीं मेरा बेटा है, मुझे उसके फ्यूचर के लिए कुछ करना है। मैं उसको लेके गई, वहां पे मुझे बहुत सी बातें, जब मुझे अपने लोगों ने कहा तो मैं समाज से कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर सकती हूँ कि वो मेरे लिए कैसी अच्छी बातें करेंगी, क्योंकि जो समाज है वो मुझे मेरे परिवार से बन के मिला है, मेरा परिवार ही समाज बनाता है। फिर 6 साल के बाद मैं बनारस आई तो मुझे था कि नहीं, मुझे उसको कुछ कहीं ट्रेनिंग देनी है। तो मैं नेट में मैंने सर्च किया, मैंने और लोगों से पता किया, मुझे सर के बारे में पता चला कि नहीं इनका एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर चलता है, काफी बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से बच्चों को डेवलप किया जाता है। तो इसकी उस समय स्पीच नहीं थी और चूंकि मैं एज अ हाउसवाइफ थी तो जो आज आप मेरा लुक देख रहे हैं वो भी नहीं था। आप उस समय देखे होते तो बोलते कि नहीं ये कौन है। तो इन्होंने मेरे बच्चे को सर ने जो है मेरे बच्चे के और ट्रेनिंग देने के साथ साथ मुझ में एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगाया कि नहीं, अगर आप आगे बढ़ोगे तो आपका बेटा भी आपके साथ आगे बढ़ेगा। फिर मैंने सर के साथ मिल करके मैंने सर के यहाँ पेरेंटल ट्रेनिंग ली, मैंने सीखा कि बच्चों के लिए कौन कौन सी स्किल्स डेवलप करनी चाहिए। फिर सर ने मुझे सपोर्ट किया कि आप स्पेशल ओलंपिक में आप जाइए, अपने बच्चे को वहां से लेके जाइए। तो उसके बाद मैंने स्पेशल ओलंपिक भारत से मास्टर ट्रेनिंग की और मास्टर ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद फिर मुझे पता चला कि नहीं स्पेशल जैसे ओलंपिक्स होते हैं तो ओलंपिक्स में ही को ही एक स्पेशल ओलंपिक में ही एक ऐसा स्पोर्ट्स है, इंटरनेशनल इवेंट है जिसमें ओलंपिक के सारे नियम कानून चलते हैं। आपका सिर्फ ग्राउंड को छोटा कर दिया जाता है, बाकी जो सारे रूल्स रेगुलेशन वहां है वो सारे रूल्स रेगुलेशन आपके स्पेशल ओलंपिक में भी चलते हैं। तो मैंने अपने बेटे को डेवलप किया, उसने स्कूल में गोल्ड मेडल लिया, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गोल्ड मेडल लिया, देन फिर उसके बाद मैं उसको बरेली लेके स्टेट चैंपियनशिप में गई तो वहां उसने गोल्ड मेडल लिया। और उसके बाद फिर मैं उसको लेके गुजरात गई, गुजरात में उसने नेशनल में गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट कर्नाटका के साथ था इनका मैच, और मैं एज अ कोच बन के वहां पे गई थी। तो चूंकि मैं कोच थी तो मैं अपने बेटे के साथ नहीं रह सकती थी, तो मैंने उनको दूसरे कोच के साथ हैंडओवर किया कि आपको मेरे बेटे का गेम देखना है। और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से, चूंकि टाई हुआ था कर्नाटका में और यूपी में टाई हो गया था, तो मौका दिया गया रुद्राक्ष को कि आप एक बॉल को फेंकेंगे और एक कर्नाटका की बच्ची को बॉल फेंकेगी, जो पलीना के सबसे नजदीक में आएगा बॉल वो विनर हो जाएगा टीम। तो रुद्राक्ष ने फेंका, लेकिन सबसे बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस उस समय उसका था। और उनको उस समय मेडल ना दे करके जब आपका कैंप फायर हुआ लास्ट दिन, तो बहुत सारे जो एरियाज डायरेक्टर थे उनके बीच में इनको दिया गया कि इन्होंने अपने टीम को जिताया है और अब एक एम बनाना है उनका। तो बहुत सी चीजें सर से मैं लास्ट में, जैसे सर बोलते हैं कि लहरों से डर के नौका पार नहीं होती और कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
We are all very proud of you. Thank you, Chandrakala. So, this empowerment with every woman is necessary. Even in normal course also, when husband wife are there, it is generally, when I do therapies with adult marital problem cases, I say, empower your woman, make her confident. So, by learning that, I could do a lot for this disabled children, Divyang children. And government also has developed many policies, and now myself and Professor Parimal work in very close coordination with each other. And so, national level we have a lot of insurance policy for them. Almost 1 lakh की इनको निरामया है, हर एक बच्चे को हमने कराया है यहाँ पर। लगभग करीब 200 बच्चों को 1-1 लाख रुपए की पॉलिसी बनारस में हो चुकी है, 200 से भी ज्यादा। तो उसमें क्या है कि उनको कोई पैसा नहीं देना है, इनको कोई पैसा नहीं देना है, 1 रुपया इनका नहीं लगना है। जो भी खर्चा होगा वो गवर्नमेंट देगी इनको। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी सुविधा है गवर्नमेंट की, इनके स्कॉलरशिप्स हैं। सो वी आर रेगुलरली फाइटिंग फॉर देयर कॉज, एंड नाउ वी आर एट द लेवल where these disabled children can be really included in the mainstream. And that's why we are, what is the ultimate thing? How they can be beneficial to their family. So you saw in the video, these children learn how to make besan, dalia, atta. The display outside is made by these children, packed by these children, so that all general people can be aware that we should buy from them. We should make it them a part, not we should do it because they are very helpless. No more helplessness is there. No more भीख मांगने का ऐसा कुछ है. No, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. अब है, that's why they say, be together with us, not for us. Thank you very much.
Science and social science should work hand in hand. Dr. Tulsi is a living example of that. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of collective understanding and global conversation about Down syndrome, which will empower people around us to advocate for full inclusion in society with Down syndrome and other disabilities. I will request Professor Mahapatra to come and felicitate Dr. Tulsi. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Dr. Neela Vishwalakshmi, who is rehabilitation psychologist and also secretary of Balaji Rehabilitation Clinic. She is registered with Rehabilitation Council of India. Ma'am has also served as a guest faculty for organizations working for disabilities such as Jeevan Jyoti, Sharnath, Baliraji Sansthan, Sonbhadra, etc. I request ma'am to take the dais.
Thank you to all of you. And first of all, I want to say namaste to all of you here present and whoever is connected with the online. And it's my pleasure to be here. And I want to thank for this to Professor Parimal Das ji, who gave me this opportunity, and I'm really privileged with this. And the thing is, where the NGOs are stand, I think we have to focus on that. But first of all, I want to tell Professor Tikaram, whatever I heard about Professor Tikaram, and we heard about Carl sir, and whoever was the speaker here. Really, it is inspiring to us, and uh, mainly I want to say, like, in our life we have so many gurus. Actually, whoever is there to learn something, we are learning from them. It is not one or two or three. So many can be there, because one single bit we can learn from one person. So many people are coming in our lives to whom we are learning so much. So after hearing about Professor Tikaramji, I just can't stop myself to say this, like, we have with us here, I can say, my professional guru. I'm not saying because he is here, but he's really, कहते हैं ना, काम बोलता है, काम जो दिखता है वो बोलता है. तो उसी तरह से, तो we saw here. So I just want to say Dr. Tulsi is a living legend here who is working for rehabilitation particularly. Of course, genetics are very important. As he said, where your work stops, there our work starts. So this is a great challenge for us, I think. So being a rehabilitation professional, I can say we are here after learning so many things from that person, in front of you. He showed this thing. I started working as a psychologist, but still I can say there are so many things to learn from him at present. So beyond that, I don't know exactly where to stand myself. So this is the thing I wanted to share you, because I was not able to stop myself without saying this. I can't go ahead. That's why. And the second thing is, first of all, I want to just correct my name. Myself, Neela Visha Lakshmi. I'm belonging from Andhra Pradesh, and here from the age of 3rd month in Banaras. So I think I am from Banaras only now. And Pura Banarsi, Pakka Banarsi. So of course, Pakka Banarsi. And because I want to share a small bit, I went to Hyderabad to work, but there I cannot see the things which I can do well. Like a 9 to 5 job I did very well, and little bit satisfaction was also there. But the thing was कि एक होता है ना, भूख होती है इंसान की. So that hunger called me to come back here. And life situations are also like that only. You come back to Varanasi. So I came back to Varanasi and started working here. I did so many jobs for the different organizations working in the field of rehabilitation. But ultimately, I came to know, like, whatever I can give full-fledged, is 100% if I want to give, I can give with myself only. So I started my clinic as a rehabilitation psychologist, and now I am the secretary for Money Memorial Society, not Balaji Rehabilitation Clinic. Okay, so Balaji Rehabilitation Clinic is the clinic where I am sitting for my, I can say, मेरा खाना पीना चलना है, तो इसलिए मैं वहाँ बैठती हूँ. And second thing is, being a secretary, I am working for Money Memorial Society for different causes. Like, first of all, we are working for women's. It is not exactly to empowerment of women, not like that. And we are working for disability, not empowering them. And for the old age people also, we are trying to work a little where our psychology stands, like old age problems and all. So here, first of all, I want to tell about our vocational training center, where we started working with the, I can say, differently abled or Divyangjans from 2019. No? So from 2019, we are working as a vocational unit, which was previously established with the normal women's and other people. But particularly for Divyangjans, we started from 2019. So from there, we started our work, and we are working mainly for not exactly, I'm in a stage I can say like I'm doing so much. Still, we have to do lots. But the thing is, presently we are focusing on the things how we can show the real productivity of a person. No? Any person like you and me, anyone can be there, but the productivity can be counted only when you are giving something to the society. Otherwise, you are not a person in the society, just a burden. Okay, so many people are like that who are treated in that way. One, we can say Divyangjans also. But now the scenario has been changed entirely. And now the thing is, they are the persons who are really motivating us to go ahead. Sometimes I see so many like children. One little example I want to, experience I want to share with you. I don't know exactly how much time we have. Still, I want to share that experience. One girl has come to me when I was working in Kiran, and she was sitting in front of me. I have to do assessment for her. She was with her mother, and suddenly something happened, and I just rubbed my eyes badly. I can say badly. So immediately she said to me, "ऐसे मत करो, आँख में चोट लग जाएगी." Clearly she told me, "ऐसे मत करो." She was actually not exactly associated with the associated problem. She was purely mentally retarded or intellectual disability. So she said, "ऐसे मत करो, नहीं तो चोट लग जाएगी आँख में." So really I felt very हाँ मैं क्या कर रही थी? What I was doing exactly, which I should not do. At least being on that stage or on that age, I should not do that because I know what can be happen. So the person to whom we are thinking like they came to us for the service and all, but now I learned from her, you don't do that, that is bad. So here just I shared with you this thing because I just wanted to tell like nothing is there which they cannot do. But you have to associate with them, you have to work with them, and we have to wait till they achieve their goal. There may be certain limits, but for that particular limit, you should not leave your balance. No? आप अगर मन में सोच लेते कि अब क्या होगा, अब कुछ नहीं होगा, then cannot be happen anything. No? So first of all, if we are balanced, then we can do wonders with these kids. So Down syndrome kids are very, very smiling, very social, very inspiring also, I can say, whatever the experience I have with them. Because I want to share when I was a student here in BHU only, I was doing my PhD. That time I went to NIMH, Secunderabad. Now it is NIPET, where sir is the committee in the committee also. So there I went, and first step I entered there. The person who was sitting in the gate, he was the Down syndrome boy. I think approximately 18 to 20 years he was. And after that, he guided me to come to the office. And there, I was guided by him only, no? Because I went to a new place. So he helped me to reach my goal. So like that, so many times we can get this kind of experiences, like they are the persons who are guiding us. So here the point is, those people can guide us if we give correct direction to them. That is the main motto for us. If we give correct direction, then they can do wonders. So Money Memorial Society mainly is concerned to make the people who are really needed, to make them financially independent. Independent means self-sufficient. They can earn their own needs for their own needs. That is the main motto for us. So while I'm working in the clinic, then assessment diagnosis is going on. After that, when it is coming to the part of rehabilitation, that is exactly to make them particularly oriented for the society and productive for the society, because nobody should say to them they are useless or burden to the society. So the scenario has changed already, and I think so many things we can do to go ahead, and these people can guide us reverse. So please put two hands together for them, and just wait and watch. They can do whatever you are requiring to make them. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful talk and your sharing your experience with us today. I would request Professor Parimal Das to felicitate ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, we have among us Miss Mary from Geneva, Switzerland. She is a psychopedagogue by profession. She has worked with the medico-pedagogy service of the city of Geneva for all children and young with special needs. On 26 January 2023, she has been honored by Indian Ambassador and Indian Consulate in Geneva for her extraordinary volunteer work and selfless service to Omfa the Etwal Taro ke Bacche in Varanasi. Ma'am, please come and take the dice.
So good evening, everyone, and thank you, very warmly thank you to you to invite me this day on the Down Syndrome Day, International Down Syndrome Day. Today, I want to share the project in Varanasi that we founded in 2014. Before, I was working with the Kiran village and also in Ramakrishna Mission Hospital, where running a small guide clinic, children guidance clinic. So I am, as she said, I am a psychopedagogue, and I belong to Geneva, and I work there about 20 years with the medico-pedagogical service of the city of Geneva. I travel a lot also with my family, Geneva family in India, and I was very interesting in the different culture from India, interesting in the people of India, and interesting in the different spirituality in India. So it is why with my family, Geneva family, we travel a lot in India. And when I realized that in India, the autism, the disorder autism was like a mental retardation, was considered like a mental retardation. So on that time, it was in 2000, I realized that the diagnosis of autism was not known and was not realized, was not set up in India. So it is why when I get my retirement, I wanted to come to India and to share my knowledge. I am also very good friend of Sangita, Sister Sangita. She is running the Kiran Village. Kiran Village is a center for physically disability. So it is why I came in Benares, and the center Taro Ke Bache is the name of the rehabilitation center and school, has been founded in 2014. So it is a system, it is under a school system. It is not individual session. It is open the morning time and it is closed afternoons. So right now we have 13 children, and we also welcome the children with Down syndrome. So we have children with autism and Down syndrome, because between them they can stimulate Down syndrome, they can stimulate autistic children, and autistic children can also stimulate in different aspects the Down syndrome. So it is why now we have three Down syndrome, and we have 11 autistic children. So the project is located in Shivpur, and we also provide to them, to the family, we provide a facility of transport. So the project has also three main goals. It is not only to welcome the children, it is also to support the family. And it is also the second goal that we have is also to training the special educator who are working with us. All of our staff are Indian people. And we are training also in doing the work, we are training the special educator or teacher. We are training in the aspect of Down syndrome and also in the aspect of autism. And the third goal is also to spread the awareness of the autism and any disability in the society. So it is why on 2nd April we will celebrate not the International Down Syndrome Day, but we will celebrate the World Autism Awareness Day on 2nd April. Yeah, because we were saying that we should provide to make them well-being, to make them independent in their life. It is very important to help them to be independent in their life, but also to support the family is also very important. And if the family are feeling supporting, the benefit will go to the children. What can I say more? About Down syndrome, yeah, they want to share. Autistic, they don't want to share. Down syndrome, they want to share. They want not to be rejected of the society. They want to be a part of our society. Otherwise, they get some angriness. And what I can feel, they are solar nature. They want to make people happy. No? Solar, do you understand? From the sun. Like also Professor Tikaram Sharma, when I saw the pictures, smiling, like also happiness, spreading happiness to all around him or around us. Taro Kebache means children of the stars, because as autistic children, as they are in their own world, they have difficulty to come to our world. They are a little in the sky, no? So it is why Taro Kebache, the name of the school and the rehabilitation center, has been done as a Taro Kebache school. So I want to thank everyone. What I can feel that through every speech, through every intervention, I feel a very good, very kindly atmosphere. And I am very comfortable to be in a part of your community. I can say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I know also Dr. Tutsi from long time.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience with us. I request Dr. Pavan Dubey to come forward and felicitate Miss Mary with a memento. We have our last speaker of the day, Dr. Nilanjan Mukherjee from Shishu Mangal Child Development Center, West Bengal. Shishu Mangal is a child development center situated at a very prominent place in Raiganj town, West Bengal. Dr. Nilanjan Mukherjee, who is amongst very few neonatologists in entire North Bengal, first conceptualized it in February 2015. Dr. Mukherjee is online with us to share his experience.
Good evening. Okay, we are already, I think, according to the time, we are almost 1 hour late. So, thanks for those people who are still with us to hear or listen to me. I am honored and privileged to be present and invited at this Professor Tikaram Memorial lecture. So, I especially thank to Professor Porimal sir, with whom we have been sharing our few works in last 1.5 years regarding this genetic materials and genetic mapping of some autism children, as we deal with these children for a long. So from Shishu Mangal Child Development Center, which is the pioneer organization in northern part of Bengal with adjacent some states, we started this journey in the year 2015 with very few professionals, 1 or 2, and started as that follow-up of high-risk newborn, which is the basic concept for this early intervention. We started this journey, and in our this long pathway of almost 8 to 9 years, we have also got a lot of Down syndrome children, because this is the commonest genetic congenital thing which can be diagnosed very early in the
Is
pregnancy.
Dr. Mukherjee online? Rima Mukherjee, ma'am, can you please tell whether he is online? Yeah, but
Are you not getting? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Dr. Mukherjee, can you please unmute yourself? You are muted.
No, I am not muted. I have already unmuted and also started my video. So can't you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? হ্যালো না আমার কাছে অন কল নেই কোথায় অন কল আছে না না
Dr. Mukherjee, please mute. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm Rima Mukherjee speaking from Shishu Mongol.
But I can hear all of you. আমি তো গ্রুপেই আছি Yes, video on, audio on, everything. Can you see me? I am just getting the phone at my. Hello. Is it okay? Okay now? Hello. So may I start? May I start? Hello. ওই ওই তো করলো তো বললাম যে আমি সবই অন করে রেখেছি ওরা তো আমাদের স্ক্রিনটা দেখে হ্যালো হ্যালো
We can't see your screen that you were sharing our screen. Can't you hear us? Chandana ma'am, can you hear us?
Yeah, please.
Okay, now can you, Dr. Mukherjee, please start again.
Hello? Can you hear me? Chandana ma'am?
Yes.
I think there is some technical fault. Shall I continue? Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
तो चलेगा. Video off करूँ. Okay. So I think we should proceed. Everyone, am I audible to everyone? Okay. Thank you. So we started in the year 2015, where we started with this early diagnosis and intervention, and we have been doing with this in the entire population, where a lot of hurdles came, and still now the main issue is regarding that awareness. Okay. Okay, fine. So this is our Shishu Mongol Child Development Center, which we started in the year 2015, and now we have 5 centers throughout West Bengal, where we work with these things. And I think Chandana ma'am, you just give us that permission to change. Otherwise, you change. Okay, so next slide. Yes, so this what we do is that we take the children in a very early stage from this follow-up of high-risk cases. Like SNCU has been opened throughout the country. There are a lot of high-risk children who come for follow-up, and at that very early stage, we just start their early diagnosis, and then this intervention is started, which should be done in the very early stage. Even in case of Down syndrome, will you please change the slides? Next. Okay, I think there is a lot of technical difficulty, so we just let us talk and finish it. Okay. Slide is changing, but we cannot see. Anyhow, what we are doing is this early detection and this is seen. Okay, there is a written early intervention, but we cannot see. There must be some connection difficulty, I think, because so that I cannot see. So the next one, the next slide, which we are showing, the next slide is regarding Can you change the slide? Yes. So this is one thing which some speaker was talking about. That is that parent support group. This is a very important pillar in our center. The parent support group we have made throughout the all centers of our area. We work from very far, this near to Assam. There is Ujbihar. From there to near about 700 kilometers away to Kolkata and also in the South Bengal. So we have made a lot of parent support group where parents meet together at a day in a week and they intermingle within them so that they share their thoughts and make some group therapy program or group activities among the child, which helps a lot in these children, even if they are intellectually disabled or this physical disability and autism nowadays, a lot of cases we are getting. So this parent support group is in very support. Next. Yes, we have started a school which is very much needed. Some Tulsi sir showed us a wonderful school previously. That is probably a home which we could not still do, but we are running a special school in our area, in our hometown, where a special school is running with few children. Nowadays only 8 to 10 children are enrolled there who come in a regular basis with their academic and co-curricular activities from morning 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and it is also working on this daily living skill, that is from waking up in the morning up to going to bed, every activity which is helped by the not only parents but they try to become independent. Next. Yes, this is the school where teachers one-to-one basis they work on with every children, and so this is going on. Next. Yes, community health program by Shishu Mongol. This is very important. For last 2 years, our few worker, we have a big team comprising of from the very well-trained professional with Rehabilitation Council of India registration, from there to some social worker, because this is a very social message we should give. These social worker go door to door with one professional with heading them, and they just try to early diagnose the children with disability from their home part, and we make our mobile team which work in the panchayat. You can see picture of a panchayat which is adjacent to this gathering. We talk with this Asha or Anganwadi worker who are accumulated at a place once in a week, and we work with them, we motivate with them, so that the free camp for these villages, the free camp for these poor people and the BPL category also, they get their free therapy. Next. Next, please change the slide. Hello. Okay, so anyhow the slide is not changing. So the rest of part is that with this we have been working with a big team. It is changed but I cannot see anyhow. So what we are doing is this community worker community, and one new course has been made very recently, that is called ECD, that is early childhood development, on which some MBBS students community based intervention. Yes, this I have talked on, and the next part is that ECD, that is one diploma or certificate type program. Diploma is for 1 year and certificate is for 6 months. That is the program which we do for one batch has already passed out with this curriculum, and some university affiliation is going on. So this is again going to start in the month of April, the second batch of this ECD, which is going to start. You can see in the picture that is the MBBS students who have been enrolled. They have just completed. It is early childhood development, which is the main part of UNICEF. We have made a course over these things from the very womb to tomb. We have tell that is from the mother's womb, the early part where the children is stimulated from, even if in the uterus they can be done. So this early stimulation, which is the main pillar of this course, that is the early childhood development. Next we work on the Achieve, our only magazine of this area. Achieve is the magazine which we present it biannually, that is twice in a year. This is the only magazine entirely on childhood development, enriched by some very good specialists. They all contribute to this, and also our parents who contribute by their own thoughts in the magazine. It is the pioneer and only one of this type, unique. We run a well baby clinic from where we can take out a children with developmental delay, that is in a regular schedule twice in a week. The newborn from very early age, that is from 0 to 3 months, they come to for our regular checkup, and for throughout the year we look after the developmental milestones so that we can very quickly take out the delay in their daily life. Next is the village survey. Yes, so not only door to door but also some activity with the villagers, like the mother stimulation program. That is the mother, we have very recently started this for last 6 months, that we have got some interns from our nearby university, and they what they do is, according to this ECD scale, they do this early stimulation program to the children. Yes, this is the WHO caregiver skills training. It is a very important one for all parents of children who have communication problem. So we know that it is done by our 2 trainers who have been trained by WHO. We went for ECD, that is the ESCD, European Academy of Childhood Disability. We presented our 2 papers in Paris in the year 2019. The next 2 years was in COVID, and our secretary Rima Mukherjee went to present a case also in the national conference in Pune regarding our some few works which we have been doing for last 6 years, and still it is going on. We intend to present some in this year also in the month of November and December, which is going to occur. And Parimal Basar is there. We have given some input in a very recent 2 scholars of BHU. They presented one publication in the national conference in Delhi, I think. Sir is there. Sir will be tell in detail regarding this thing. And last is workshop. Yes, we conduct workshop due to our own upgradation. We take some external faculty and upgrade ourselves. So the main thing which I am telling, that is this concept of child development center, which should be in every part, and this Down syndrome or something like this delayed development or intellectual disability children who can only be cared if it is diagnosed in an early stage, if it is very much with the parents, because the parents are the main pillars, mainstay of the therapy. So if they are not involved, the family is not involved, anything cannot be done. So until and unless we are very much acquainted with this kind of thought, it is very difficult to proceed. So thanks once again for considering us from the very far away. Thank you in every faculty and everyone from your department of genetics. So this was our talk, and we are very delighted to be a part of this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience with us. I request Dr. Amit Rai to come forward and felicitate Dr. Nilanjan. I request Professor Parimal Das to come forward and receive the memento on on behalf of Dr. Nilanjan.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Now I request Professor Rajiv Raman sir to come and award Ms. Chandra with a certificate of appreciation for designing CGD's logo. Now I request Dr. Akhtar Ali to come forward and give vote of thanks.
So, thank you. On behalf of the organizing team and on my own behalf, I thank our respected teachers, Professor Rajiv Raman sir, Professor Mercy ma'am, Professor Sheila Kotia sir, for all their supports. I thank the Director Institute of Science, Professor Anil Tripathi, for coming over here. I thank the respected family members of Sharma sir, madam, who have connected online. Thank you so much. I thank today's speaker, Professor Carl Sperling sir, for the remarkable lecture on the Down syndrome. I thank all the distinguished guests, Dr. Tulsi Das, Dr. Neela Vishalakshmi, Miss Mary, Dr. Nilanjan, who joined online. Thank you so much. I thank our coordinator, Parimal Das sir, for organizing this wonderful program. I thank other guests who joined online, Professor B.C. Das sir, Professor Avdesh Jha, and other members who, Dr. A.N. Gangopadhyay, and many other members who joined online. I thank all the kids who perform beautifully, the beautiful kids. Yes, so CGD thanks all those active members who are actively participating in this. Our colleagues from Center for Genetic Disorders, Dr. Amit Rai, Dr. Pawan Dubey, Dr. Chandana, Dr. Garima, and especially all the PG students, the research scholars, and the trainees. PG students have done so much hard work. Dr. Richa, who has done all the YouTube works. Dr. Bhaglashmi, thank you so much. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, who have directly or indirectly participated or involved in the organization of this program. Thank you so much.
you, sir. Thank you all for coming and making this event a success. Before leaving, I would request everyone to come forward for a group photo session. And just a reminder, there is a stall exhibitions downstairs. So before leaving, you can have a look at the exhibited things.